Hello, hello. All right, welcome to class. Sorry, I am a little bit late. I was on the phone this morning. Obviously, with our school being closed, I had to talk to schools. So I apologize, but we are going to jump into today's lesson. Let me check to see who's all here. Got a few people has gone out because of the wind and everything. So just do your best with that. If, hey, I can't stream or I don't have any more internet or something happens like that, call the office and you can text me and let me know as well. Because I have had a few students tell me that with that. So just let me know, and we should be good. I'm just looking who's all here. We have Kylie, Grace, Jacob. Okay, we're missing a few more people, but it is about the 10 minutes after, so that works perfect. You guys' names should have been in there by now. So we're going to jump right into where we left off yesterday. So pull out your booklets or notes or whatever if you guys are doing any of that. If not, you can just listen. We will have that quiz tomorrow. I should have most of your emails so I can send it to you tomorrow. So that won't be a problem. We'll review at the end of this class. We don't have too many notes left, but we do have some. So let's follow along and do our best to finish them and get ready for that quiz. It won't be hard. I'm going to go straight through the exact questions of the quiz to help you guys out. Should be easy A as long as you're paying attention. All right, if you would like to throw a prayer request in the chat real quick, and my mic, hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Gotta love technology. Hello, 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 hello. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. I'm gonna come slightly over here. Seems like when I'm a couple steps away, it doesn't work very well. Let's rotate this. Right there, that should be good. All right, a little bit different view. Sorry about that, but that's where the mic's working best today. How static is it today, class? Is it real static still? Any better? Good to see you, Christian, Tori. Okay, if it's any better, I hope it is. Just let me know if it's still staticky. Again, I'll do my best, but just follow the notes. If I cut out, I'm sorry. Again, if you have any questions, it's easier if you all have my phone number. You should at least now. So you can just text me. I have it on so I can hear it and see it. I look at the chat, but sometimes I get distracted during the class, so I don't look all the way down there all the time. Okay, yesterday we were talking about, and we started to talk about the solution. Okay, the solution of this miracle, right? We had the problem. The problem was very simple. And I'll put the slides up there so you guys can have it. Okay, those were the pots. We had the problem, and basically the problem we saw it in verse 2, or chapter 2 and verse 3, 2 and verse 3, and it was saying how there was no more wine. Mary said, hey, there's no more wine. Okay, but yesterday we got into part of the solution. So before we begin, we're going to pray, and then we'll get right into this and then review through our quiz. So let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Although it is very windy, Lord, and we're not able to be here in person because of COVID and things going around, Lord, please keep the kids safe. Allow us to be able to have a good class this hour and next hour and for the rest of the day. Please protect them, Lord. If they don't have power or things are going out, please allow that to come back quickly. Please, I pray for any special talking about Kylie's relatives, Lord, as I believe she had a family member dealing with cancer, Lord. I hope that's getting better in any situation, Lord. I haven't heard any updates in a little while. Also, please help Emma and with her family members, Lord, as going through her grandfather and Kylie's grandmother. Please help Emma's grandfather if he's kind of going through a similar situation, and her uncle with the problem with his prosthetic leg. And those things, Lord, please allow those situations to get better because you can heal. You're the great physician. Please help anyone else, whether they're sick or they have things going on, as we all do in our lives. Please protect them, give them wisdom and strength through their situations. Please help today as we see the solution and the purpose of your doing of the first miracle, Lord. Please bless our day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. All right, we'll just do our best with that, Christian. Thanks for letting me know. Again, just text me if it does, like, hey, my phone's about to die, I don't have a charger, or something happens. Just text me so I can get you the work for today or anything like that. I'll mark you as present and do your best to get the notes so you didn't miss anything in case we have a quiz. But again, if there's a problem with that, like, hey, I can't charge my laptop, I can't charge something, at least for my classes, I think you should be fine. But if there's a situation with it, just let me know. You got to communicate to me. Because if we have a quiz, say tomorrow, and you're like, hey, I couldn't be on stream because my power, well, that's your problem. You have to communicate to the teacher. Okay, but again, as we were talking about yesterday, the solution, we mentioned Mary's concern, how it was physical and temporal, right? She went to Jesus, and the people, she said, there is no wine, the physical. Okay, we talked about Christ's concern, how it's a little bit different. It was a spiritual, eternal. Okay, talking about, hey, my purpose is not just to fulfill the duties of this wedding, but my purpose is for eternal life, to seek and to save that which is lost. But in the end, we see, and we're going to see how the purpose of changing the water to wine is to resemblance and show people true joy through Jesus Christ. And as we saw, Christ was and still is the answer to our problems, and to this, in this miracle, he was the answer to the problem. Okay, but we're going to see some responsibilities, and we talked about a little bit. Okay, we talked about how the servant's responsibility, right, it was to obey Jesus. Mary said, hey, do whatever he commands you to do. Okay, and so he said, hey, fill up those water pots, and we talked about a fiscal, how this would be a large from 8 gallons to 27 gallons each. Okay, and there was about 10 of them, so that we said about anywhere from 108 to 100 and I think we said 28 or something like that gallons. Okay, that's a lot of water. Okay, say it's 2 people, that's very heavy as well. Okay, carrying those, going back and forth. It's not like they just had a faucet and like, all right, turn the water on real quick, or a hose and put water in. No, they had to take it to a well or a brook or a spring, something that was nearby to get water. Okay, so this was an actual task. It's not like it just happened right away. So as the servants are working hard, obeying Jesus, okay, we see their responsibility in that. The first responsibility, obviously, to fill the water pots. Okay, we see another responsibility in the solution of the servants is to take the newly created wine. So after Jesus turned the water into wine, it was to take the newly created wine to the governor of the feast. Right? Remember I said, in this time, the wedding was called a governor. Okay, and this governor, if he did not have everything they needed for the wedding, right, it was like a major. Okay, he would not have that position probably ever again. He would not be respected or revered. Like, start bringing this wine. Like, hey, governor, we have this wine for you. He's like, oh, we have wine. We have something to drink, right? And he's probably going crazy, happy as the servants are obeying Jesus. They didn't say, hey, Jesus made this wine. They just said, hey, here's some wine. Okay, and we're going to go back to that passage in John 2, if you'd like to turn to it, or just follow me as we're in it. But John 2, okay, we talked about verses 4 through 8. Okay, but we're going to see the Savior's power in this. The Savior powers in this. Okay, so the solution, Again, we see the servant's responsibility, and it's all done, and we know this from Christ, from Jesus. His power changed the water into wine. He allowed the governor to be able to hold his responsibilities. Okay, but we see the results. We see the results. Okay, and we're going to read verse 9 through 11, then we'll be done and review for the quiz. Okay, verse 9 says this. Actually, I'm going to start in verse 6. Okay, talking about the water pots again. And there were set there 6 water pots of stone, after the manner of purifying of the Jews, containing 2 or 3 firkins apiece. Okay, Jesus saith unto them, fill the water pots with water. And they filled them up to the brim. And he saith unto them, draw out now, and bear unto the governor of the feast. And they bare it. And when the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, and knew not whence it was, but the servants which drew the water knew, the governor of the feast called the bridegroom, and saith unto him, every man at the beginning doth set forth good wine. And when men have well drunk, then that which is worse, but thou hast kept the good wine until now. Okay, this beginning of miracles did Jesus in Cana of Galilee, and manifested forth his glory, and his disciples believed on him. Okay, remember we talked about, Jesus told Mary, hey, it's not my time yet, not to do this miracle. But as this is going on, God the Father tells him, hey, this is the purpose of you doing this miracle. You are supposed to do this miracle. Here's the purpose of it. You have these disciples following you, these men. Remember people like Philip, they just came and followed. People like Nathaniel, where he said, hey, you're going to see much greater things than me just knowing your name. People like Peter saying, hey, leave your boats, come and follow me. Okay, lay down your nets and follow me. Okay, we see these things, but God tells them, hey, these people following you, the purpose for you doing this is to show them, hey, this is really the Christ. He can do things that aren't even imaginable, that men cannot do. He's something special. Okay, and we see that through this. But there's 3 parts of the results. Okay, pretty obvious in some of them. The first is wine is produced. Okay, likewise, we see in verse 9, through our obedience and God's power. Okay, just like the wine is changed, the wedding saved, the governor is happy, joy is brought to the wedding. Okay, we see God's power through obedience. Just like souls are saved and lives are filled with joy. We should look for results when we follow God's words and methods, realizing that the results are his responsibility, not ours. Our responsibility is a simple word of obedience. His responsibility is to turn the water to wine. Okay, Mary didn't say, hey, go ask Jesus and you guys turn the water. One simple thing. Obey Jesus. Obey. Obedience. All they had to do was obey Jesus. The funny thing is, that's all we have to do today. First, we have to just trust on Christ. Okay, obey the Bible, believe in the Bible. Okay, and then we just follow him. We obey. The Bible says it, and we've learned multiple times. I've said it probably 100 times. John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Talking about Jesus, how he is the Word. We're supposed to obey the Word. We're supposed to obey Jesus. If he says it, he commands it, we obey it. As Christians, that's how we're supposed to be. Okay, so we see the wine is produced. What's the purpose of it? We see how it's a resemblance of he brings joy to the wedding, but he, when we obey his commands, brings joy to our lives even today. Okay, secondly, we see Christ's miracles begin. Okay, John 2:11 calls this event the beginning of Christ's miracles. Okay, the first part in verse 11 says, this beginning of miracles did Jesus in Cana of Galilee, and manifested forth his glory. And his disciples, remember the whole purpose for this miracle, and his disciples believed on him. Okay, the beginning of life, the new birth, is truly a miracle. Okay, when life is made, okay, it was a miracle. But it is just the beginning of an exciting life with Christ. Life doesn't begin at 40 or 20 or even 16 or 18. It begins with Christ. Salvation is the only initial work of God in one's life. The main purpose for any of our lives is first and foremost is believing on the name of Jesus Christ, that he came to earth, lived a perfect life, and then died on a cross as a sacrificial lamb. Remember, John the Baptist said, "Behold the Lamb of God, the one who is going to save the world." Okay, that's our first and foremost purpose as a human. It's to believe on Jesus' name, believe that he died on the cross. He shed his blood for me and for you, and then on 3 days later, he rose again from the grave. Okay, so we see Christ's miracles begin. And lastly, in the results, we see Christ's glory is manifested. So, too, as we fill both our hearts and the hearts of others with the water of the Word, God produces the miracles of salvation and the abundant life. Through this miracle at Cana, Jesus was seen as God in the flesh. Right after he does a miracle, probably those people at the wedding, once they heard people saying, "Hey, this Jesus turned this water into wine, and this wine's the best," okay, a lot of those people probably said, "Man, this has to be, like, we've heard the stories, but we didn't really believe." Okay, I'm not saying everyone, but I'm sure those servants, I'm sure they said, "Man, this dude has to be the Christ they're talking about. He has to be. No man can just do that." Remember, they witnessed the whole thing. The disciples probably thinking the same thing. Okay, but they knew Jesus was seen as God in the flesh in this miracle. And his disciples, at this point, began to realize who he is. Henry wrote, "Those whom he had called," in chapter 1 of the booklet, it's mentioned in there, okay, "those whom he had called now saw this, shared in it, and had their faith strengthened by it. Even the faith that is true is at first but weak. The strongest men were once babes, so were the strongest Christians." Okay? This was going to be the beginning. Okay? Their faith isn't strong in Jesus, but this is going to be one of the beginning moments, this first miracle, okay, of people believing in Jesus, especially disciples, the people that witnessed it, right? Okay, we believe on faith. Imagine witnessing a miracle like that. Hey, this is the Lamb of God. This is the guy we've been waiting for as a nation of Israel and other people that have heard about him. Hey, this is the Messiah. This is Emmanuel. Okay? And we see that through this miracle. Okay? That is the end of the notes. Okay? So if you'd like to pull out a separate sheet of paper, we're going to review for our quiz at this time. Review for quiz 8. So pull out a separate sheet of paper. Give you guys a little bit of time. I know there's a lag. Hopefully the volume's not too bad. I know it's windy outside, so it probably is just as bad as it was yesterday. Okay, we do have quiz 8. Christ changes water into wine. Okay, it's going to be over this lesson that we finished this week. We started before Thanksgiving break, had some review. Okay, shouldn't be too hard. Again, I'm going to be hard. I'm not going to go over them multiple times. Okay, and I'm not going to give you all the answers, but I am going to give you every question. So that allows you to study, okay, review, find the answers. Okay, it should not be a hard quiz. Okay, and I'm going to try to send out that quiz tomorrow morning. Okay, if I forget, you guys can just remind me. I'm going to send that out tomorrow morning, and you'll have the day to finish it. So at 3 o'clock on Friday, okay, it needs to be done. If it's not, then you will receive a 0. I'll give you like that school period to get it done. And you can either send, well, I'd like for you to send it to me as junior or senior since you guys know how. If not, you may turn it in whenever we're able to come back in person as well. Certainly if you guys still don't have power. Okay, but here we go. The first 3 questions is true and false. True and false. Question number 1, Jesus and his disciples just happened to be passing by the wedding when the governor of the feast called him to deal with their lack of wine. Okay, true or false? I'll repeat the question. It's a little bit longer. Jesus and his disciples just happened to be passing by the wedding when the governor of the feast called him to deal with their lack of wine. Is that true or false? Okay, I'm going to give you that one. That one should be pretty easy anyways. It is false. Okay? When did I say this? When did I say what? I'm not sure the point of that question, Jacob. I'm sorry. Yes, you'll take it tomorrow. I'll send it tomorrow morning, and you'll have the morning till the end of the school day, so 3 o'clock. So that's a long time. It's a 10, well, it's like really only 6 questions, but there's an essay on it, and I'm going to tell you the essay. Okay, so you can study for that, and you're ready for it tomorrow. Yes, so the quiz will be sent. I might even send it today if I have time. Okay, but I have a lot of grading and tests to do from before Thanksgiving break that I'm still doing for all my classes. Okay, good question though, good question. Okay, so again, Jesus and his disciples just happened to be passing by the wedding when the governor of the feast called him to deal with their lack of wine. Okay, it is false. Okay, Jesus was invited to the wedding, and as like his +1, he brought the disciples. Okay, question number 2. Question number 2. According to the Jewish custom of that day, all Jewish brides were married on Mondays. Okay, I'm not giving you the answer for that one. Okay, that one was mentioned in the notes, okay, when I was teaching, but I believe it's also in your reading. Okay, according to the Jewish custom of that day, all Jewish brides were married on Mondays. Okay, so go study your notes. Look over your booklet questions. Okay, fine. The answer for that shouldn't be too hard. Okay, last true and false. The servants tasted the wine before they took it to the governor of the feast for his final approval. Okay, the servants tasted the wine before they took it to the governor of the feast for his approval. True or false? Again, what happened in the story? Okay, Mary said, obey whatever Jesus says. Okay, Jesus said, hey, go grab this water. He changed it to wine, and then he said what? He said, take it to the governor. Okay, he didn't say taste it. And the Bible tells us the servants obeyed his every command. Okay, so did they taste it? No, they did not. It is false. They did not taste the wine before taking it to the governor. Okay, the next 2 questions are short answer. Short answer. Okay, question number 4 says, in which city did this miracle, so changing of water to wine, happen? This one should not be hard at all. In which city did this miracle happen or take place? In which city did this miracle take place? Okay, remember it was by Galilee. Okay, he started in Bethabara. He traveled up towards Galilee in this city. John chapter 2 verse 1 tells us in the city of, and you'll have to find that in your notes or in the reading. Again, it's go to your Bible, John 2 verse 1 says it right there. In which city did this miracle take place? Question number 5. What unit of measure was used to indicate the capacity of the pots? Again, this was also in the Bible. I think it was in, I want to say verse 8. It was like verse 8 or 9, I believe. Okay, I could be wrong. Mention that. I believe it's also in your reading. Okay, question number 5. What unit of measure was used to indicate the capacity of the pots? Okay, that one's real easy. Okay, go to verse. Here, let me look it up. I'll look it up right now. I'm not going to tell you the answer. It is verse. Okay, I was a little off. It's verse 6. Verse 6 is the one that says it. Right at the end, we learned a term. Measurement of the pots. Or the capacity of the pots, I should say. Okay, and last question, it is an essay. Okay, it's going to be worth 4 questions. Okay, so that means it's worth Okay, 40 points of 10 questions. Each one's worth 10. It's worth. Okay, so the question says, explain what Christ meant. Explain what Christ meant when he told Mary. Okay, explain what Christ meant when he told Mary, mine hour is not yet come. Mine hour is not yet come. Okay, I'm going to give you some pointers towards this question, okay, to help you out a little bit. Okay, mention what was the meaning of that statement. Okay, and we talked about it, the meaning of the statement. Okay, because, and back in the notes here, I'll even pull them up to show you. Okay, these aren't the exact answer. You're going to have to expound upon them. Okay, but remember we had these different solutions. Okay, he said, my time is not yet come. Okay, the statement was Christ's way of pointing out that Mary's concern was about these things, about the people, the physical, right? Jesus' concern was about, okay, something else. Okay, that's something you want to mention. Just expound upon those answers. So don't just say physical and temporal, spiritual and eternal. Expound upon it. What does that mean? Okay, what was the physical and temporal thing Mary was concerned about? Okay, that will be about 10, 20 points. Talk about Christ's concern. Don't just say spiritual and eternal. Say, hey, what was the spiritual and eternal focus and purpose of Jesus? What was it? Okay, explain it. Obviously, it's to come and die on the cross, to seek and to save that which was lost. Okay, to show, to not just show his power here at this wedding. He came to earth for a purpose. Okay, mention those. Those will be your main points. Okay, and that will be about it. So this slide really helps you. Again, you can't just say, hey, it was because these 4 things. Okay, you need to expound. It's an essay worth 40 points. I gave you everything to write on. Okay, now you just have to learn how to use your brain and expound upon it a little bit. Okay, explain it a little bit more. That is the quiz. That's it. That's everything. If you have any questions, again, ask me. Let me know. If you have a quick question, we do have a little bit of time left. You can throw in the chat real quick. I'll try to answer that quickly. But if you have any other questions, you can ask me later. Ask me throughout the day. Again, I will try to get this to you guys today. If I can't, it will be tomorrow morning before our class. Okay, no one had any questions. I don't see anything. Okay, that is it for today. Your homework is just study for the quiz. Okay, there's no other homework on there. There's not going to be a verse or anything on that. Okay, just study for that quiz. Be ready for it. Hope you guys are doing well. We will see you next hour. welcome. Sorry, I was talking to Mr. S about a few things. I don't need to make an announcement for Mr. S, the younger Mr. S, because he already did. There you go. Just reading through it, making sure I see anything that he said that I need to say. Yes. Yep. Thanks, Mr. S, for announcing that and making sure they know to stay on the stream. Okay, sorry, I was, again, talking to the older Mr. S. Okay, people are telling me they can't because power's out. Okay, thank you. Not you guys, different class. Man, that wind is really crazy, though. Last night, even we were watching a movie, and even during last night, like, watch the movie, and, like, I have, like, a sound bar, so it's loud and everything. But even with that, like, that wind was just crazy. I mean, I kind of like it when I go to sleep, like, that background noise. In Michigan, I always like thunderstorms and lightning storms and rainstorms and all that kind of stuff. But, like, man, that wind was pretty crazy. What's up, Emma, Esther, Tori? Good to see you all. Everyone throw your name in the chat real quick so I can see who's here, who's still on. It looks like we did lose a few people. What's up, Kylie? I'm just kidding. Hopefully everyone is doing well, enjoying this different time. It's definitely different. It's interesting. Being in here by myself is a little interesting. But it's all right. It's all right. I'll get through it. Okay, we are in chapter 8. Okay, we started with the kind of like how the judicial branch works. Okay, the beginning of it, everything like that, or more like what consists in it. Remember the legislator and the constitutional courts. Let's see, someone else just messaged. Whose number is this? Who just texted me? Sorry, I don't have everyone's number, so sometimes people send it to me and I'm like, who is this? Okay. Seeing if it's this class. All right, Emma, thank you for letting me know. Okay, again, if it's like, hey, I can't be on any longer. Once it gets to that point, okay, just let me know, okay, that you can't be on the stream so I can get you your work. So you can still do your work and you won't miss anything or be count as absent. Just let me know, okay? Communication is key. Okay, but today we're going to be getting into a little bit of the process of the judicial branch. Let me put those slides up there. Move this so it doesn't cover any of the notes. Bada bing, bada boom. What's up, Jaylene? Good to see you, or see that you're on the stream. Not really see you. I mean, I kind of wish we could like see each other, but I'm sure you guys don't. Enjoy the comforts of home or your bed if that's where you still are this morning. Honestly, 9:30. No, I wouldn't be in bed anymore. 9:30 is too late. If it was like 9, I might still be in bed on like a Saturday, maybe. Not 9:30. Okay, but here we go. We're going to jump right in. The last thing we talked about yesterday was kind of that American Bar Association, what it was for, when it was established. Remember talking about the different judges and how they're appointed by the president, but they have to be approved by the Senate. Okay, we talked about that, everything with that. But today, we're going to be getting into the judicial process. The judicial process. Okay, with this, the first thing, the majority of federal cases may be classified as either civil or criminal cases. So civil or criminal cases are the two majority cases of federal cases. Okay, the first, civil case. So if there's two, we were talking about the first one first. A civil case, what is it? One in which a plaintiff, okay, that is a term which is just a person filing the lawsuit. If you didn't already. Okay, so one in which, so civil case is one in which a plaintiff feels he has been wronged by the defendant. and is seeking to recover something of value. Typo. I'm sorry. Let me fix that real quick. I have them all the time. I'm sorry. I'm human. Should have one of you guys type it for me. I'll just say my thoughts, and you type it for me. Okay. Compensation. Equitable treatment. Okay, so basically say Ian did me wrong or destroyed something of mine. Okay, it'd be like a civil case. Okay, where or say he cheated some kind of code or something, okay, as the plaintiff would be filing a lawsuit through the civil case to Ian. He would be the defendant and saying, hey, I want this being recovered. Basically you would go in high hopes, so I would be trying to get money, replaced, everything, and then the judge will try to see what's fair, whether it's just money compensation or whether if it's replacement of an item or whatever it may be. Okay, but that's a civil case, okay, dealing with a plaintiff and a defendant. Okay, remember we have civil and then criminal cases. Criminal cases. Again, if I'm going too fast, okay. Okay, if your internet's not working, just do your best. Okay, try to stay on. Again, if it's not, don't throw it in the chat. I might not see it right away. Okay, message me so I can know and then get you the homework so you're not behind or you're not missing anything. Like in a month when people are like, hey, why do I have a 0 or why do I have this grade? It's because you didn't turn it in on time. Not just you. Multiple classes, certainly my 9th and 10th right now. Okay, but we also have criminal cases. Criminal cases. These differ from civil cases, obviously, in that the government is the plaintiff, okay, the one that calls the prosecution. Okay, rather than me wanting to sue Ian, now this is a governmental issue where the government or law enforcement or whatever it may be, they're the plaintiff or prosecutor, and they seek to bring some legal action against the defendant because he has wronged society by his behavior. He's broken the law. Excuse me. He's broken the law somehow. Okay, that is a criminal case. Know the difference? I mean, it's pretty common sense. It's people dealing with government and someone breaking the law. Pretty easy to not mix those up. But those are the two main cases that we're going to be dealing with, civil and criminal cases. Know the terms, the plaintiff and the defendant. Know what those are. Okay, but things, both with these civil and criminal cases, okay, there will be things that are called or that will be held, that we all probably know the term, okay, a trial. A trial. Examination of available evidence in a court of law. I'm above Christians as well. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, a trial, an official examination of available evidence in court of law. So whether it's a civil or criminal case, okay, these again, although it's not the same, we've seen the TV shows. It's kind of common sense still. Okay, you grab all the facts, all the evidence to make a conclusion. Okay, since most federal trials are heard in a U.S. district court, only information concerning the district courts will be discussed in this chapter. Okay, the rest of the trial courts are special courts which have jurisdiction over specific types of cases. Okay, so basically we're only talking about the U.S. or federal trials in the U.S. district courts in this chapter. Okay, the specific things of the judicial branch's purpose, not all district courts. Okay, but we're going to see the most active federal judiciary court, as I already mentioned the name, is the United States District Courts. Okay, they are the most active federal judiciary courts. They possess the original jurisdiction, the right of court to be the first to hear and decide a case. Okay, most federal cases originate in district court. Indeed, district courts handle about 86% of all federal cases, which are about 360 cases each year, which is a lot. Okay, there is one federal court for each federal district, but the number of judges per court may vary according to the court's workload. Currently, there are about 680 judges for 89 district courts in the 50 states and the District of Columbia. Okay, and you can kind of see there's a map on page 145 in your book. Okay, the separations of the different federal judicial circuits and districts. Okay, how they're split up, how many in each area. With that, it's not quite the same as like West, Mountain, Pacific. Like it's not the same as that. They're split up in a specific way. And you can see that on page 145. Not that it's extremely important, but if you'd like to see that, it's on page 145. Okay, but moving on. Okay, these different things. Okay, obviously, you're also going to have a thing called a jury. Okay, according to Article 3, Section 2, citizens are guaranteed the right to trial by jury. Okay, in the federal courts, which you've learned about the term jury already, the only exception is the impeachment of federal official, which is tried by the Senate. District courts use two types of juries. Okay, first we have, so the judicial court uses two types of juries. The first is the grand jury. The grand jury, which is the assembly of 13 to 23 people who examine the evidence presented by the prosecutor to determine whether there is sufficient evidence against the accused to try a case. So a lot of times, once you're old enough, you'll get a card in the mail. Well, not a lot of times, but sometimes, once you're old enough, you'll get a card in the mail saying, hey, you are requested for jury duty. Okay, so you can be part of this jury. Okay, obviously you're not part of the grand jury, the specific judiciary we're talking about, but you may have to go to a court for this. I've been requested once, but at the time I was in college, so I got out of it. It was while I lived in Michigan, but I was at college. They sent it to college, okay? But then I think I was on Christmas break, so then I didn't see it. So then I was actually late, so we had to call them, say like, hey, I didn't just skip it. I was at college, you guys sent it. Or I was at home while you guys sent it here. That kind of stuff. So it was a little weird. But I had been requested once. Never had to do it, though. I knew someone in Palmdale. Okay, I'm pretty sure you guys know where that's towards. It's like northeast. But they had jury duty. It was kind of a crazy case, but it lasted like 7 weeks. It was pretty crazy. 7 weeks that she was in that. I would have tried to get out of it in the beginning. Okay, but we had this grand jury. Okay, in grand jury, or if the grand jury believes that there is sufficient evidence. Okay, so if this grand jury, sorry, I got on a rabbit trail a little bit. If this grand jury, okay, decides there is enough evidence to warrant a trial, it will issue a formal accusation against the accused called, which some of us might know this term, an indictment. An indictment is a formal accusation against the accused. An indictment. Indictment is a formal accusation against the accused. Okay, if that's when they think there's enough evidence. If the jury finds that the evidence is insufficient, or it's not enough, or there's not enough proof for the formal accusation, it may hand down. The term is called an acquittal. And I spelled that wrong. Give me 1 second. There we go. Acquittal. Okay, this is when the grand jury finds that the evidence is insufficient for a formal accusation, and it sets the accused free immediately. Okay, so know the difference between those two. I mean, again, as of right now, I think we're going over pretty common, well, not common stuff, but pretty common government type court type things. So I feel like you guys know most of these terms, or heard most of these terms at least through something. There's so many different sources these days. Okay, so we have first, remember we talked about there's two juries. We have a grand jury, which we mentioned, everything inside that. But then we also have, so no, grand jury consists of about 13 to 23 people. Okay, but then we also have a trial by jury, or trial jury. A trial jury. Give you guys a few more seconds to write down those notes. Don't want to go too fast. Okay, you guys should be done with that one. Okay, we have a trial jury, which is composed of 6 to 12 jurors from the federal district who hear the case in court. After hearing the case, the trial jury will issue a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Okay, so two terms in there you need to know. Obviously, trial jury, but also know the term verdict. Okay, verdict, which is basically a decision of guilty or not guilty. Okay, this will bring us to when a jury or a jury that cannot agree on a verdict. So say there's 6, okay, you have 3 saying, all right, this guy's guilty. Okay, they're saying Ian stole the cookie. Guaranteed, okay, or whoever. Let's say, yeah, I'm just sticking with Ian. Sorry, Ian. Hopefully you're there. You know I like you. Okay, Ian stole the cookie, but then 3 of them, okay, so let's say like and Jaylene, okay, they're on the same side as Ian. They said Ian stole the cookie. They stole the cookie. We saw it. He stole Grace's cookie. Okay, then Kylie, Noah, and Emma, they all say, no, Ian did not steal the cookie. Okay, he's our classmate. Okay, we respect him. He did not steal the cookie. Okay, and we have a split decision. This will bring us to a term that's called a hung jury. A hung jury is when the jury cannot reach a verdict. So there's no decision. Whether maybe there wasn't enough evidence, so they just can't make a decision at all. It's like, man, we just don't know. Okay, or like I said, maybe it's split 50-50. Okay, that is a hung jury. Let me move this just a little bit. Put myself in the camera a little bit more. A hung jury. Okay, the right of the individuals, both grand jury and trial jury in federal criminal cases, is protected by the 5th and 6th Amendments, respectively. The right to trial by jury in a federal civil case involving more than $20 is guaranteed by the 7th Amendment. Okay, so no, the 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment deal with these juries and freedoms of that. Okay, something, and we've mentioned it already, okay, pretty common sense, but something, we're going to talk about specific things in these juries that we need is the term evidence, right? We need evidence. We should know what evidence is. Again, I feel like a lot of these terms we're going over are common sense things. Okay, I'll try to help expound on it a little bit. But evidence, which is the material presented as proof at a trial. Evidence may be direct, circumstantial, or demonstrative. So let's say, again, the case is Ian stole the cookie. Okay, Ellie says, I saw it. So word of mouth. She just said, I saw it. Okay, Victoria says, okay, we found his fingerprint on Grace's desk. Now, whether he took the cookie, maybe we're unsure, but his fingerprint is there. That puts him in the place of this stealing of the cookie. Jaylene said, there's proof, there's a picture, say in a camera, we saw crumbs on Ian's jacket. Okay, so these different things, okay, there's going to be different types of evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or demonstrative. First, we have direct evidence, which is given by someone who actually witnessed the crime. Okay, so Ellie would be that person. She said, hey, I saw Ian steal the cookie. I don't have any other proof than I saw him. I saw him take it and eat it. Okay, off Grace's desk. Okay, second, you have circumstantial evidence, which is conclusions that are deduced from facts about the case. So Victoria, remember she said, okay, I found a fingerprint on her desk. Or Jaylene, there's a picture with crumbs on Ian's jacket. Okay, kind of circumstantial. And then lastly, you have demonstrative evidence, which involves objects that relate to the case, like a gun with fingerprints on it. Okay, so that would kind of be a little bit with the fingerprints as well, but not just the fingerprint, okay, it's the object. Okay, so say there's a glove. Okay, so Ian used the glove to grab the cookie. Okay, they take the glove, there's fingerprints obviously in the glove. I don't know how you get that, or something else. Maybe he used like a spatula, or I don't know, something like one of those little garbage things to grab the cookie. They found that with his hand on it. I don't know, something like that. That would be more demonstrative. Circumstantial is like an object or something with there. Demonstrative is a separate object from the case with that. Okay, this is all dealing with evidence. Okay, but with evidence, attorneys must follow a set of standards governing the admission of evidence into the court proceedings. Okay, you can't just like blurt out all evidence right away. Okay, there's a way to do it. Okay, there's rules of evidence. Rules of evidence. Okay, and rules of evidence are a set of standards governing the admission of evidence into the court proceedings. Okay, we're going to learn some of these rules of evidence. Pretty common sense. Rules of evidence are the setting of standards to govern, okay, to make the set of rules for the admission of evidence. Random question, but in the chat, who's listening to Christmas music now? I mean, some of you might have been listening to it before, but I am listening to Christmas music now, enjoying the season, even though I'm used to like snow, you know, and all the Christmas songs that talk about like a white Christmas and all the snow and the winter and the cold. I mean, all we have is wind and dirt. Wind and dirt. I need some more Christmas. We're starting to decorate at our apartment as well. Hopefully you guys are able to decorate or do something festive. If you like Christmas at all, maybe you don't like Christmas. Maybe you're a Grinch. I don't know. I like Christmas though. I already got some Christmas gifts for my wife. Okay, so some things in these rules of evidence. Specifically, we have the exclusionary rules. Okay, these rules state that evidence obtained illegally is not admissible in a court of law. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, this rule is based on the Fourth Amendment. Prohibition of unreasonable searches and seizures, and was applied to the states by the Supreme Court case of Mapp v. Ohio in 1961. Judges followed the rules of evidence to make determinations about whether they will allow certain types of evidence to be a part of trial proceedings. Okay, so basically, if the evidence that is being given to the judge or whatever, okay, wow, Grace, that's a disgrace for listening to Christmas music that soon. I don't know. I don't know if I would do that. Okay, it's like you can listen, again, I'm from Michigan, so it's cold, so I would listen to it from like after Thanksgiving, and it would stay cold to like April. I mean, it can get warm. There'll be warm days, but it snowed in April still. It'll get like warm 70s, 80s, but then it'll snow again. Okay, so that time is like Christmas music time. After that, like summer is for like summer songs. Like, yeah, enjoy the summer, you know. Beach songs, whatever, chill songs. But whatever whatever, Grace. I won't judge. Okay, again, these exclusionary rules talking about how judges have to follow these rules if the evidence is getting or has been gotten illegally. Okay, whether, I don't know, there's so many different ways we're not really talking about right now. Okay, but whether it's gotten illegally and then presented, they say, hey, you can't use this. And that could change a court, right? Say the evidence would prove it, obviously, but it's illegal evidence, can't use it, and then someone might walk free, or someone might be prosecuted wrongly because you have evidence of that they're not guilty, but you can't use the evidence, so then they would be said guilty. Christmas in July, you guys are all crazy. You're crazy. Yes, thank you, Kylie. Thank you. Okay, but some things with this, another term we need to know. Okay, the procedure in appeal course. We have a few more terms, so let's get through it. We have a little bit of time left. Let's just get through the terms, and then we'll be done, give you some homework for today. An appeal is a request that a higher court review the case records and the verdict of lower court. Most of the appeals from the federal district courts go to the United States Courts of Appeals. Okay, so just know an appeal is a request that a higher court review the case records and verdict of the lower court. Just know what that is. And know that it goes to the United States Courts of Appeals. Man, don't even talk about Hallmark. Hallmark movies and shows are like the cheesiest thing. I can't even. Christmas movies are like that these days. Okay, you go to Netflix and some of them are okay, but half of them are just like, they're the cheesiest things, and I can't watch them. Now, like Elf, Home Alone, The Grinch Stole Christmas with what's a fluff? Because I can't remember his name right now. Okay, those are good movies, Christmas movies. Okay, some things with appeals. Okay, an appellate jurisdiction. Okay, the U.S. Courts of Appeals have no original jurisdiction in any federal cases, but they do have appellate jurisdiction, which is the right of a court to review the ruling of a lower power. Okay, there's two major areas in this. First, you have appeals from the federal district courts, and then you have appeals from the administrative agencies. Okay, know those two things. Know what appellate jurisdiction is. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Christian. Jim Carrey. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. I'm so blonde sometimes in the head. Can't remember things. But then when I don't want to, I remember a lot of things. It's very irritating. Very irritating. No, Grace. Hallmark is not the best. It is not the best. It's not the best. Okay, here we go. I think this is 2 more notes and then we're done. Okay, number 30, the D.C. Courts of Appeals is one of the most powerful courts in the U.S. because it is the court that regulates the regulators. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, it's the most powerful because it regulates the regulators. The people that, all these different courts, it regulates those courts. Okay, so obviously you have 2 polar opposites. Okay, I don't know if it makes me barf, but it definitely, I have sat through my fair share of Hallmark movies, whether my mom or at college at this house, my friend's house I'd go to, his mom would watch them all the time, and we would just hang out with his mom because she's really cool. Mrs. Hannah is her name, and she would like watching those, so we would just be like sitting there talking to her, watching Hallmarks. But she's the best. Mrs. Hannah's the best. So, you know, you got to endure the pain every once in a while. But yes, they are very cheesy. Okay, but 2 things dealing, again, at a court of appeals, there are no trials. So know this, at the court of appeals, there are no trials, juries, or examinations of evidence. Okay, attorneys submit what we know as briefs. Okay, briefs are the lawyer's written arguments. Okay, common sense. The attorneys submit these briefs. Okay, and once briefs are filed, the attorneys will have an opportunity to present their original argument before the judges. When deciding the case, the judges will rely mostly on the written brief, oral arguments presented by the lawyers, and precedents. Okay, that's our last term we're doing for today, I believe. Maybe one more, but I think this is the last one. Nope, one more after this. Okay, precedents, which are past decisions involving a similar case. Okay, so you can use these briefs, basically given by the attorney, and then say there's a similar case that's already happened with this. Okay, that would be called a precedent, which, again, common sense. Past decisions involving a similar case, same things. Okay, last note for today. Give you guys a few seconds to write that down. You guys are so weird. Okay, last note for today. An appeals court does not retry the case. They determine whether the lower court followed the law while trying the case. They will affirm or reverse the decision of the lower court based on their findings. Okay, that is our last note. I'll leave it up there for a little bit for you guys to finish that. Then I will give you your homework. Okay, we should be finishing chapter 8 possibly tomorrow. If we do finish it tomorrow, that means we will have a quiz on Monday. But we'll review for it if we have time. We'll see if we finish it. I'm not sure if we will or not. I think we will, though. I think we'll finish and then review for our quiz, and we'll have that quiz on Monday. If we're in person, you'll just take it here. Distant learners, I'll send those to you, so remind me. If it's not, we'll see, and I'll try to get it to you on Monday. See what happens. Okay, but for homework, let me pull it up real quick. For homework, I want you to do page 1. Make sure you guys are keeping your homework or sending it to me. Okay, I want you to do page 1. You guys did 147, so now it's 154. I'll only make you do the first half. 154, 1 through 5. 154, 1 through 5. Make sure you get that down before you leave. Okay, text a friend if they're not able to be on. 154, 1 through 5. Okay, it doesn't look like everyone was on, so make sure you get that. Page 154, 1 through 5. Text a friend. Okay. You guys are still talking about those. Kylie definitely doesn't like them. Okay, class is over. I hope you guys have a great day. I will see you tomorrow. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Again, page 154, questions 1 through 5 is homework. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, well, you guys already know. Okay, Mr. S is not having his class, I believe. Okay, I was supposed to tell you that he was having class. You just do the same thing as yesterday, but I believe he's not having class in the chat. So you guys, I think, are done in his class, but make sure you're tuning in for later classes. Okay, so you won't have the next hour, okay, but you'll still have, I think you guys will still have English is your other class. I don't know. Whatever your other class is, make sure you're tuning in for that. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. We are on 6.2, unit price. If you remember yesterday, I talked about with your grocery list, make sure you check your unit price when you do your shopping, because with unit price, you may be able to get more for less per unit. Okay? In order to shop comparatively, you need to be able to calculate unit price. This is like cost per ounce or cost per pound. So in order to figure out unit price, you're going to take the cost and divide it by the number of units. So if you have a 1 pound brick of hamburger, to figure out how much it costs per ounce, you're going to take and divide that by 16. Okay, so in your model problem right here, it says a 48-ounce jar of applesauce costs $1.80. What is the unit price? You're going to take $1.80 and divide it by 48, giving you a unit price of 0.038 or 3.8 cents per ounce. Again, model problem number 2, 6 ounces of frozen concentrate orange juice is 79 cents. The same brand 16-ounce can of orange juice costs $1.75. Which size has the lower unit price? So to figure out unit price, again, you divide 79 cents by 6 to get 13.2 cents, and a $1.75 by 16 ounces to get 10.9 cents. So the frozen orange juice is actually cost more than the actual real orange juice. Okay, the non-frozen. On page 142 in your books, we have a list of general equivalents. For instance, 1 pound equals 16 ounces, 1 gallon is 4 quarts. This is all stuff that you should remember from 5th and 6th grade, but there is a blue box there to help you if you don't know them. Okay, when you're doing converting, sometimes when you're in the grocery store, you need to convert because it'll have, okay, for instance, milk. It'll have a gallon of milk, or you can buy a half gallon of milk, or you can buy a quart of milk, or you can buy a pint of milk. Okay, so to figure out which is going to be a better buy, you need to convert them all to the same unit. So remember that when you're doing conversions with units, when you're going from a bigger unit to a smaller unit, you're going to multiply. When you're going from a smaller unit to a larger unit, you're going to divide. I'm sure some of you who are in Mrs. Larson's class for 5th grade were doing the hand motions along with that with me. Okay? So, that's going to be it for today. We're going to work on page 142 and 143. I'm going to have you guys do 1 through 18 even. 1 through 18 even for homework tonight. 142 and 143, 1 through 18 even. So you have some conversions in here. You have some finding unit prices in here. So that's going to be your homework for tonight. Tomorrow we're going to be covering how to use unit pricing to find the best deals, how to use unit pricing. Again, hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow online.
Hi guys, welcome to this class. You guys have probably already been on here, but hopefully you guys had a good night. Let's go ahead and get started with our grammar today. Just have some, we're finishing out, well not finishing out, but doing some more of agreement. Yesterday we learned about subject and verb agreement. Obviously, if there's a singular subject or one subject, your verb has to be singular as well. So today we're going to do pronoun and antecedent agreement, okay? So if you guys kind of remember a few weeks ago, we kind of talked about the antecedent when we first started. So I'll kind of just remind you what an antecedent is. An antecedent is basically the word for which a pronoun stands. So if I'm talking about, hi Jake, how are you? Okay, also please comment if you're on today. I know some of you guys, your power went out, so I understand if you're not here today, but please comment if you are on so that I know who is here. And then hopefully you guys will, I don't know, see this. Okay, so page number 55 in our handbook, pronoun and antecedent agreement, okay, page 55. Okay, so today we're talking about pronoun and antecedent agreement, okay? So basically when it comes to pronoun and antecedent agreement, obviously pronouns are the words for which nouns and pronouns stand, okay? So nouns and pronouns, they obviously their nouns are persons, places, things, and ideas. There's the names of those things. So like specific things like book, table, chair, okay, person, okay, those are all nouns. But then pronouns are basically words for which pronouns stand. So it doesn't name exactly what a noun is. So that those would be it, they, excuse me, them, he, she. Okay, those are all pronouns. Those are the words for which nouns stand. Okay, so with pronouns, he, she, it, we, they, all of those have an antecedent. And what antecedents are basically the words that refer to the pronoun. Okay. So that is an antecedent. So whatever it agrees with or whatever it's talking about needs to agree with the antecedent. For example, when I'm talking about Mr. Coral, okay, I use him a lot because that's the first thing that pops in my mind. Okay, so if I'm talking about Mr. Coral, I'm not going to say it. Okay, I'm going to say he because obviously I. So I would say he. Same thing with class. Okay, I'm not going to say you if I'm referring to the class as a whole. Or if I am referring to the class as a whole, I would say you. But if I'm referring to each of you individually, students, I'm not going to say you, I would say they, okay, or you all right? That is kind of the number or the agreement, okay? So if I'm talking about a group of people, I'm not just going to say he or she. If I'm talking about individual people, I'm not going to say they. I'm going to say it or I'm going to say he or she, okay, if I'm talking about individual people. If I'm talking about a group, then I would say they. So that's kind of just what pronouns and antecedent agreement means, all right? So look at 9.19. Just like subject and verb agreement, they need to agree in number. Same thing with a pronoun and an antecedent. So if I have one person, I'm going to use one pronoun. Means one, okay? So if the antecedent is singular, the pronoun referring to it must be singular. If the antecedent is plural, same thing. The pronoun referring to it must be plural, okay? If we use singular pronouns, we're on 9.20 or 9.20, okay? Use singular pronouns to refer to singular indefinite pronouns, like we just said that earlier. Each, their, okay? That's incorrect. I would say each with her or his idea, okay? So remember how we said the word each, either, neither, all of those are considered singular, okay? And then that's kind of what we're talking about here. So each of those pronouns kind of have to have, those singular pronouns need to have a singular pronoun, okay? So singular, go with singular. That's kind of the basic gist. Same thing with plural. Plural and plural, those all go together. This is all talking about agreement, okay? Look at 9.21. The plural pronouns refer to plural indefinite pronouns. Both, few, several, many. A few filled their nets, okay? I wouldn't say a few filled his net because that doesn't make any sense. A few is plural. I would use their, okay? Same thing with 9.22. The indefinite pronouns some, any, none, all, and most. Remember how I said you need to memorize these indefinite pronouns? Okay, the singular pronouns, each, neither, either, one, everyone, those are singular. Plural is both, few, several, many, and then know that some, any, none, all, and most can be used as either singular or plural. So the way that we figure that out is the context within the sentence, okay? So look at your example. Most of the trees have lost their leaves. If it says trees, that's plural, you would use a plural pronoun. Same thing with the next one. Look at this. Most of the castle retains its splendor. Notice how castle is one. So then I would use the singular pronoun for that. That's a 9.22. Okay? 9.23, pronouns that refer to compound antecedents joined by the word and are usually plural. Okay? So if I were to say two people, that's kind of self-explanatory. I would also use a plural noun or a plural pronoun. So if I were to say Jake and Noah, okay, I would say their. I wouldn't say his because you guys are not one person. I would say their, okay? So that's kind of what compound antecedents are. Okay, number 29.24, pronouns that refer to compound antecedents joined by and, or nor usually agree with the nearer antecedent. So kind of like with what we talked about with the words neither, nor, or either, or, and where we would choose the closest subject. Same thing with this one. We would choose with the closest antecedent. So if I were to say, like if your example, neither Mark nor his brothers have received their passports, I would choose the pronoun that goes with the word brothers. We're on page 55, okay? And then the next one, if you notice this, neither Mark nor Tom, that's two people, but I would look at Tom and say, okay, that's one person, so I would use his, okay? That's 9.24. 9.25 says a relative pronoun, which is who, whose, or who, which, and that, agrees with its antecedent in number so that it determines number in its own clause. So basically, that one's talking about if it's in a clause and it's referring to the word maybe girl, I would do who, okay? I wouldn't do which is kind of something that's referring to a thing, okay? Girls who are willing, okay? Girls is plural. I would use the plural verb within that clause. Same thing with single. If it's one girl, I would do is, not are, okay? You don't say girl are, you say girls are, and you say girl is. So that's just kind of trying to match it up. And then same thing with gender on page number 56, okay? Page 56, obviously, if you're talking about a girl, you would use the word her, okay? Same thing with a guy. You would do he, him, or his. That's 9.27 and 9.28, okay? Obviously, if it doesn't have a gender, like a thing, all right, you would do its, okay? It or its, like a tree. It doesn't have a gender, so it's it, okay? A chair, it doesn't have a gender. It's an it, okay? Common gender, which is you don't know if it's a girl or a boy. Sorry, girls, but it does refer to he, him, or his, okay? So common gender, you don't know the gender of all the people. So let's say you're saying people. Obviously, that doesn't give you an example of whether the people are girls or guys. So if you don't know the gender, then you would just say he or him. Look at your example. Each speaker maintained his poise. Okay? Remember, each speaker, remember the word each is kind of referring to one. Each speaker maintained his poise. You wouldn't say their poise. Okay? It's kind of awkward when you say his or her. That's why they don't say his or her, but you would just refer it to his. Okay? And then 9.31. Okay? 9.31 is antecedents that are names of animals are generally referred to by the neuter pronouns unless the writer wishes to indicate the special interests of the animal, in which case the masculine pronouns are often used. When a feminine role is naturally suggested, the feminine pronouns are used. Okay? So you would just say the tiger paced back and forth in its cage. That's fine with an animal. Or if you don't know the gender, you would say his cage. But let's say the word tigress. Obviously, we know a tigress is a girl tiger. So obviously, you would use her. Okay? That is when you want the pronouns to match up with the gender. Okay? And then the last thing, gender agreement, or we saw number agreement with pronouns and their antecedents, gender agreement with their pronouns and their antecedents, and then now we see a person agreement. So this is basically talking about when you're talking about in first person, second person, or third person. Obviously, first person, I would refer to myself as I, okay? So I am talking, okay? A pronoun, if it's second person, I'm talking to you. Will you say something, or will you type this, okay? Third person is basically you're talking about somebody, okay? So if I were to talk about myself in third person, I would say Mrs. Coral is talking. Mrs. Coral wants to do something else, okay? That is talking about you in third person. You're talking about somebody else. That's third person, okay? So your pronouns have to agree with the kind of person that you're talking about, whether in first person, second person, or third person, okay? So for example, in first person, I'm talking about myself, okay? I would use all the pronouns or ourselves, okay? If it's you and me, I would talk about we or us, okay? Then I would say second person, I'm talking about you, okay? Not me, I'm talking about you. Then I would refer to you, your, okay? Then if we're talking about somebody else, if you and I are talking about somebody else, it would refer to they, his, her, all the outside pronouns in third person. So those have to agree, okay? So I wouldn't say, I went to the store and she bought this, okay? I would say, I went to the store and I bought this, okay? I wouldn't say, you went to the store and then he bought this, because we don't know who is you, all right? And then same thing, if I'm talking about someone on the outside, let's do Mr. S, okay? If I'm talking about Mr. S, I wouldn't say her, okay? I wouldn't say their, all right? I would say his, because obviously I'm talking about Mr. S. So all of the things, the pronouns and the antecedents have to match up. And that's kind of what pronoun agreement and antecedent agreement is. Okay, so everyone take out your workbook. Go to page number 19, okay? Yesterday you should have done your subject and verb agreement. We'll review those tomorrow. But exercise 37 on page number 19. Okay, this is the pronoun and antecedent agreement. So what you're supposed to do is cross out each pronoun that does not agree with its antecedent. So then you need to write the correct pronoun above it, okay? If the sentence is correct, then you write C next to the number. Okay, so for example, let's do number 1 together. Okay, everyone must have their books covered by the 3rd day of class. Okay, so obviously we need to look at a pronoun. Okay, our pronoun is the word their. Okay, what's our rule about the word everyone? Okay, we said everyone is singular. Okay, so it's talking about one person or one group collectively. So I'm looking at the pronoun their, and I'm thinking to myself, their is kind of referring to a lot of people individually, like not as a group. So since everyone is singular, I need to use a singular pronoun. But remember, we don't know the gender of everyone, so I would just put his. Okay? The word their is changed to his. Since everyone is singular, I need a singular pronoun. So it would be his, her, or your. Okay? Or my. Obviously, in this case, it's his. Okay? Everyone must have his books covered by the 3rd day of class. Okay? That's number 1. Okay? Let's do number 2. All right? The bull tossed her head and then charged towards the matador. Obviously, we know a bull is a guy cow. So, that's not a girl cow. If I would say the cow tossed her head, okay, we don't know the gender of the cow, so you can do either or. Okay? You can do his or her. Obviously, we know cows are girl cows, so I would use the word her. But since the word bull is a guy cow, I would use his. Okay? The bull tossed his head and then charged towards the matador. Okay? So that's kind of what we're doing here. All right? So go ahead and do numbers 3, 4, and 5 in exercise 37. 3, 4, and 5. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes to do that. And then we'll go over it. And then for homework tonight, do exercise 38. Okay, page number 19. Exercise 38 is tonight for homework. We'll check that tomorrow. But exercise 37, go ahead and do 3, 4, and 5. I'll give you a few seconds to do that, or at least to work on number 3. And then we can go ahead and move on. Okay? So go ahead, 3, 4, and 5, exercise 37, page number 19. Okay, hopefully you've had at least number 3 done, and then if not, number 4, hopefully you have the exercise done. But let's look at number 3, okay? Both the Democratic candidate and the Republican candidate studied his notes carefully before the debate, okay? So look at our pronoun, both. There are indefinite pronouns there, the word both, okay? We see both the Democratic candidate and the Republican candidate. Okay, so obviously that's talking about the Democratic candidate and the Republican. So that's 2 people. However, look at your example. Look at both. Okay, the words both. We are on 9.21. Okay, 9.21 on page 55 in your handbook. Okay. The plural pronouns to refer to the plural indefinite pronouns, which is both, few, several, many. So the words both, few, several, many are plural. We see the word both in here. So I would not do the word or the pronoun his. I would do their. Okay? Because his is a singular pronoun. Okay? It's referring to candidate or Democratic candidate and a Republican candidate. That's 2 people. So I wouldn't say his. I would say their. Okay? That's number 3. Both the Democratic candidate and the Republican candidate studied their notes carefully before the debate. Okay? Number 4, father is the only one in our family which cannot carry a tune. Okay, so in this case, the pronoun we're looking at, if it's right or not, is the pronoun which, or one or which. Okay? If that makes sense, father is the only one in our family which cannot carry a tune. Look at this. Okay? Look at 9.25. That's what we're looking at. A relative pronoun, who, which, and that, agrees with its antecedent in number, so it determines in its own clause. Okay? So, this one would be correct. Okay? Because it's just referring to father, and we say is the only one in our family which cannot carry a tune. Okay? Actually, I would probably change, for me, I would probably change the word which to who. Okay? But since there is family, that's kind of the word that we're looking at to determine which cannot carry a tune. And because we said that family is kind of a collective noun, I would do who. Okay, I would do the word who. Father is the only one in our family who cannot carry a tune. Okay, that's number 4. And then number 5, as each member of the cast came out for the curtain call, he bowed to the audience. Okay, so we see the pronoun each. We know that that pronoun is singular, so it would be correct because he refers to the whole group if we don't know the gender. So as each member of the cast came out for the curtain call, he bowed to the audience. It would be kind of awkward to say it bowed to the audience, so we would just say the word he. Okay, so do exercise 38 for your homework on page number 19, just numbers 1 through 5. You're crossing out any correct you're crossing out and then you're correcting any verb that doesn't agree with the subject or the pronoun that doesn't agree with the antecedent. So remember yesterday we said if there's one subject, we need a singular verb. If there's more than one subject, we need a plural verb. So that's what you're looking for. Okay, and then same thing what we just learned today. Agreement. If it's multiple, it's a multiple pronoun, or if it's a lot of things in the antecedent, we need to match up the pronoun to the antecedent. So if the antecedent is people, we need to say, okay, is it he? Is it they? I think people is a lot of people, so I would use the word they. Match up the pronoun to the antecedent. Okay, so that's page number 19, exercise 38, just numbers 1 through 5. Okay, go ahead and put your grammar books away and then do a page or go to your vocab books on page number 32. Yesterday, you should have done 1 through 6 2 times. I got Jake's homework. Thank you for sending that in to me, but it's not due until you guys come in. But thank you, so you already got that out of the way. Page number 33. Okay, page 33 in our vocab books. We're going to look at numbers 7 through 12. Numbers 7 through 12. This would be number 7. So this one would be penury. This just basically means, or it does mean, extreme poverty, penury. Okay, number 8 is perdition. It's the condition of the soul lost in eternal punishment. Okay, eternal punishment, obviously we know that to be, as Christians, we know that to be in hell, but that's just kind of perdition, all right? The condition of the soul lost in eternal punishment. Number 9, plagiarism. Plagiarism is the act of stealing and using the ideas or writings of another as one's own. So we're kind of familiar with plagiarism. We already know what that one is. Number 10, precursor. This is a person or a thing that goes before and heralds the coming of another person or thing, one who precedes another in a course or an office. So, for example, Mrs. S was the teacher, the English teacher here before, so she's the precursor, okay? And one who precedes another in a course or an office, okay? Or another example, one of a person or a thing that goes before and heralds the coming of another person or a thing. In the Bible, John the Baptist was the one who announced that Jesus Christ was coming, so he was the precursor to Jesus, okay? Number 11 is sanction. This is authoritative permission for an action, the penalty imposed to encourage compliance to law, okay? That is sanction. And then number 12 is trajectory, the direction of an object through space. This is also a course taken. So that is trajectory. So tonight, do number 7 through 12 for homework 2 times. Okay, you should have done your vocab and your definitions 1 through 6 2 times yesterday. Tonight is 7 through 12. Okay, 7 through 12 2 times from list number 4. Again, I'm going to collect those on Monday. So you can either send them in to me or turn them in on Monday. If you want to, you can do them on the same page. That's fine. So just turn that in on Monday, okay? And then keep reviewing for your review test, units 1 through 3. You should have everything that we reviewed already. You guys got an extra week to study. So tomorrow I'm going to be sending you guys your test over units 1 through 3, okay? So I'm going to send it to you guys, and then you guys need to email that back to me by the end of the day tomorrow, okay? By the end of the day tomorrow, Friday, December 4th, you need to text me a picture of the test that you took, email it to me. I know that you guys can do that because you do it all the time for my husband, so just send that to me through email, through texting, if you have my number. Go ahead, I'll send that to you guys tomorrow. And then also, for agreement, for extra practice, I'm going to send out the quiz 5 for agreement tomorrow in grammar. However, you guys can use your books for tomorrow for quiz 5 over agreement, okay? So that's section 9, subject and verb agreement, and then pronoun and antecedent agreement. So that'll be your homework for tomorrow, your worksheet. Quiz 5 used as a worksheet, and then taking your literature test tomorrow. And then for vocab tomorrow, we won't have any homework, so just do vocab and definitions 1 through 12. That should be done, and then turning that in tomorrow, or on Monday, okay? Are there any questions? Go ahead and write that in the chat. I'm going to wait for a few seconds. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and type that. But if not, then we are done for today. Well, this class is done for today. Some of you guys might have classes after this, so. Okay, I don't see any questions. If not, or if you do have a question, go ahead and text me, email me. But then other than that, I hope you guys have a good rest of the day.